Alright, hey there, E here, and would you look at that, we're actually early for some Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader on this still warm day. But yeah, back with more Rogue Trader, where last time we finished up our investigation of ranked minoris. Well, they really don't really finish it up. We just met, at least like we completed the first part of it. We disabled the anti-air weapons, met the planetary governor, met the arbites, and killed a whole bunch of heretics. At which point then we just left them to the fate, as the governor completely insisted that he had everything under control. Despite the presence of chaos, he seemed rather confident in his ability to handle things. At least it was right until the point he got arrested. Yeah, the arbites were there apparently to arrest him for failing to ensure the Imperial Tithe was safely delivered. So he's currently being investigated. And with that being the case, while there was one other place we could have gone to, I think that was the trigger for proceeding to the next chapter. And while we can't leave without the navigator, I figure it would be best, regardless, to finish up the rest of the content in the area. So doing that means that we have not recommend so we have the planets over here somewhere, really unidentified world ship. But yeah, we have the prison planet where there is a heretical rebellion going on. The governor was quite dismissive of that, though we do know that Kunrad had sent a message to that, so that may be a bit of a priority to do. And then we have York 5, where the Novus Nobilitae are stationed at. So we have those, and I guess this unidentified voice ship, at which point then we'll back to Ranked Minoris to proceed on to the next chapter. For now though, let's see what this ship is about, and then we'll deal with the station, or deal with the prison planet, and then the Novus Nobilitae. Yeah, I feel like the prison planet would be a bit more a higher priority, as Kunrad had actually sent a message to that one. Need to see what's going on with them. But for now, let's see what's going on with this void ship. Victus, Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Victus pauses as if listening to something. There's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seemed to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear the Master Bersarian's voice. In any case, I want to warn you in advance. Good warning. Giant automatic swivel chair. Abelard. The everyday sound of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Avrilla Vent. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir. I must speak to the Lord Captain. Abelard, very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb her. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Avrilla? Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, in a matter of extreme importance and urgency. He'll listen to what you have to say. You may speak, but want to hear a report, not a shouting match. I will not tolerate this conduct on my ship. Well, we don't know why she showed up. Say you may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering full of view of the bridge is unacceptable. Avrilla, I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measure. Ventus claims hotly. The matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that the step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sarback, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Yeah, Sarback, she was one of the new people. I forget which position she was replacing. Avrilla, Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wessarian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we'll have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Bent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. Alright then, there's an insurrection in the making, and no one has informed us. Abelard, I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we're still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. Avrilla, but on this ship, the word Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly. She will quell the unrest. Abelard, I dread to think what problems you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. Avrilla, if I may, your ladyship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. Very true. Yeah, they're having, well, continued problems with rebellions. That needs to be addressed. Just killing everyone and then replacing them is not a very efficient way to actually deal with it. You waste so much resources trying to train up new people. Now then, where does the Seneschal come into play? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. Avrilla, I beg you to hurry, time is running out. Abelard, I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is established order to the way things are done on the ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that I have always handled internal problems myself. So, of course, When I receive information about cultists hiding in the lower decks, I take the matter in hand. As long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valensis will find refuge on her ship. Okay, mutiny is a bit more higher priority, so something you definitely should have been aware of. Especially if it is involving cultists. I really, you are far too heavy-handed. Arrests, interrogations, and mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink. Now there's a strike on lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate to an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was in order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Yeah, rooting out the cultists is definitely important, but punishing everyone is just going to drive them to a corner and respond violently. I start arms, the ship and forces report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Oh, hurry. Costa. But Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sarback bows her head in Avalon's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Rosarian's opinion on the fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Oh. She is trying to sneak something. Abelard, Mistress Sarback. I see you have decided to follow the lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. See, Sarback, do explain first. The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to ships and forces, and yet it is no secret that Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Rosarian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages a disregard for hierarchy among your leadership servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. Right, so she's unhappy that Arvilla was even allowed to approach, right? Abelard, what do you have to say about this? Abelard, Mr. Sarback. Can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited none? Sarback? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard the ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have had them to pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard have always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. Sarbek, that you distinguish some of them and know them by name tantamount to walking around the offices deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and an audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, the fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. Alright, so you're just cogs in the machine. But then if it's like that, how do you expect anyone to get promoted? Yeah, if they're all faceless, then yeah, there's not going to be any movement. There has to be some form of acknowledgement. See, Lieutenant Vent, would you say the Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way? Oh, she should have gotten a picture as well. Lord Captain, I swear the Seneschal Western has never granted me any privileges and never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions, although he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers who the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. Abelard, to prepare new generations of dynasty servants, to instruct them and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on the bridge right now was my student at one point. I see. Evidently my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. Okay, we're just glossing over the rest of the argument. Fine. Okay, how did this all start? Arilla, the situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Okay, so did they follow proper interrogation procedures? Although I suppose proper interrogation procedures would mean the entire cleansing of the entire sector or block, whatever it is, as well as their immediate families and friends. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? Abelard, I see no need to add anything. I act within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. Vent. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. Okay, so we could ignore it. We can go down and verify, but voice our trust in Abelard. Be annoyed at the whole disturbance and just go down and solve the problem. Okay, so a few different things. First, what is Depot 4? Abelard, Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors of the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers, They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one of which is now more, besides giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. If they're so replaceable, why do we even have them on board? Then Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to the sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Right, so you may have a rather low opinion of them, but they are numerous, and quantity is its own quality. Yeah, they also must have some sort of benefit to the ship. Yeah, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Alright, I'm certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of the decision for myself. Then throne preserve you, Lord Captain, and thank you for your support. Abelard, he grits his teeth tightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that it escort you. Sarbeck. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see the expedient resolution of this incident. No, we're going up full retinue. Hey, it's Versarian, take that scum. Look what it is, it's all his fault. Well, he's popular. But Abelard reflexively wipes a sweat from his brow in a startling human gesture. And a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and awareness to show through his armor, like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Yeah, not quite a good idea. Let's say let's keep moving. People dare to direct the scene an officer. Yeah, did you hear they were shouting your name? Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you're akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I'm a man whose name is attached to every order, docking rations, or lowering a base heating. Excellent, a face to attach the problems to. But has he done anything to make their lives better? Yeah, they're always punishing. Alright, keep moving.
What lies beyond?
Something resembling a nest. Okay. Terrible bed. Be sure to steal everything. And can't interact with that. Yeah, I think we have to wait till we're done with done negotiating or whatever it is, and then we can actually interact with those valves.
In this tapestry of a world,
But for now, let's just steal everything we can. It's a nuisance fee. Frenzied. Oh, can this end in violence?
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
There's Jocasta. There are the guards. There was a nice little argument. Vent. The sounds of heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Admiral Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sarback, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and has now reached a boiling point. Sarback. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order. Now get out of my way. Vent, I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there's a fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. As long as this area remains under Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. First officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. Abelard, so not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he meant Vent, Starback looming over her, or both. Vent, your ladyship. Noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute their subordinates, following suit a moment later. Give this all unit permission to open fire. We will crush the seeds of insurrection with full force. No. If we wanted to do that, we could have just stayed on the bridge. Speak with the strikers. Not yet. Some locals. Not important. What's the situation? Vent. Your ladyship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Starbuck, under control, Lieutenant. I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rebels on the verge of mutiny. There's nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself. Yeah, but wasn't that action that caused us in the first place? Alright, speak with strikers. His mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Vent, right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Okay, 4D before. We won't stand for it. Force tormented us enough. Yeah, it's rather for nobles. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensive at you. People before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in the simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation. From the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Shouldn't the mutants have been purged in the first place? Well, at least they know a bit of respect. Rivet. A whisper passes through the crowd and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, three people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and two men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Yeah, first off, we were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Oh man, here's an explanation for you. People have been pushed to the limit, and now they're lashing out, as if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like that one there that Lieutenant won't let past. Stager, our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who have had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have been circled. The ones who have risen up, a death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder the folks are lashing out. Awareness has succeeded. The words seem sincere to you. The body language and the glances traded among them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. Okay, yeah, so they're nearing that breaking point. Now then, tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Rivet. Striking. That's news to us, your ladyship. Says a tall, thin man in worker's garbs. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Old man, shut up, Rivet. Snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal. Your damn enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for the batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in the lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Angenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes. When the children's deaths are mentioned, she quickly whispers a requiem prayer, makes a sign over herself. Stager, it's all true. Vent is only officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up under midships and who had no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your ladyship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers. Your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We want to strike openly and now got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. Yeah, they're acting like nothing, that this came out of nowhere. But we've heard otherwise. The persecution started apropos, so nothing to say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. Stager, a cultist amulet. What's that? The gewgaw we found on the dead drunkard. If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people, and there have been no new faces around. Rivet, definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. Yeah, but Kunrad was working the whole betrayal thing for a while, and had definitely smuggled in people. Yeah, considering the scale. So it wouldn't be completely new people. Old man, and as for the amulet or whatever it was, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when the fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies, the boots they came back with, and nobody's ever tread these decks and boots so fine. I can tell you that. Seems to me the cultists have better commanders than us. Ribbit. Oh yeah, those boots really were fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servant order, the same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling believe us, your leadership. We are people of faith. Yeah, but which faith? Pascal, I confirmed the information regarding the proper tending of the machine spirits in the sector. Servitors indicate that these commoners are performing the sacraments they are permitted to know. Okay, at least as far as Pascal is concerned, they are being honest. Argenta. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy creation? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? Oh man, we were told the Holy Sister, but it was long ago. Last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had my third little one. Argenta, that is regrettable. We cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulder of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when these qualities and amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not here? Or the scavengers who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Yeah, that is something to consider. Don't have any authorities to reinforce the training, but they should have held on to the trainings on their own, considering how important they are. Little of column A, little of column B. Now then, Abelard, anything else to add? Abelard, I authorized the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in the sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Yeah, but the problem is, you weren't aware of how it was being done. And if those methods are going to encourage joining the cultists, they're not very good methods, are they? Sarback, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? Sarback, the rebel understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. Yeah, but weren't they cooperating mostly in the first place, and he still punished them? Wait, what changes do you guys want? Oh, then, would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. You know, she better fix that attitude. We could always just order the enforcers to just cleanse the bay. I mean, the planetary government, like, even though he's arrested, he did promise us new workers. Now then, we want you to train in your enforcers, quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. Yeah, no weapons. Stay here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers bringing their necks. They'll probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies, and we'll talk to them one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those enemies out and about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. Oh man, you speak for yourself and your clans, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the anointed one turns her back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. Rivet. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree. But each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. How did you ever become a leader? One moment. First off, Abelard. The story about scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up heretical amulets. Picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly even become minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. That does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. Yeah, I've seen it before. Abelard's face darkens momentarily. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like metal choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they turn into next, my verdict is simple: give them no quarter. Yeah, but it's not like, from the story, it's not that the guard actually did anything. It was all the knife. I mean, like, he did bring in, I guess, the equivalent of a landmine. But still, the guard did not intend to do anything malicious. Hey there, Cernic. So yeah, punishing them for just finding something seems too harsh. Master at Arms, where do you stand? Sarback, give the rabble grox, and they will take an agro world, Lord Captain. The owners understand brute force and will interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling the enforcers would be folly. It would only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny on our hands. Yeah, so far you are the only one who is only understanding brute force. Let's see, what else do we have for options? Coercion. Spreading anarchy on the ship is a first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons to untrained hands will be even worse. What's more than forces are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we can set the rest. Give the order for the forces to be withdrawn and give them weapons. Or eliminate them all. Let's just go with the coercion option. %, so of course they've succeeded. Rivets. The tall worker they call Rivet just shrugs and casts a sidelong glance at the old woman. Old man, listen. The Lord Captain herself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 has ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now is no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Yeah, look at you, Rivet, showing some initiative and a backbone. Stager, listen to us, old man. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made up our minds. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. Old man, the old woman hisses in satisfaction. You two are gang up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will, indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your own peace. Yeah, you're sounding like at least your group might need a bit more of a closer look. Sounding kinda almost traitorous there. Rivet. That's great, just fantastic, Lord Captain. We're all agreed. And that suddenly changed our mind. But no. Then society, the persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. They really should take this opportunity to start training them to be a bit of a secret police kind of deal to search out cultists. Rivet, your leadership, thank you. You have not abandoned us, lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Yes, you better do that and build a statue somewhere. We lost some fuel. Yeah, it's fine. Stager. Of course, your leadership will root out any nasty business faster than the forces and will leave no stone unturned. This is a complete bedlams. Are you satisfied, Lord Captain? Then may I suggest we leave the circus and discuss everything en route. Yes, we'll do that, but not before we finish looting. See what they've been hoarding down here.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
It shows that the steam pressure in this pipe is close to the maximum. However, it does not reach the bars. Heat sink warms air around the scorching temperatures. This is the warmest part of the bay. The workers have dragged deck chairs here. Nice little lounge for them.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Right, so that turned. Okay, now we can turn the valves. Any valves down here? No. Suddenly all the valves disappeared.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see. What is that?
I can see behind the bars. Right, so is that what we're trying to unlock? No, that doesn't open.
In this tapestry of a world,
Oh, this one?
I am the rogue thread.
There we go. I still have to unlock it. Got ourselves. Okay, they were hiding a bunch of explosives. Yeah, good thing we didn't arm them. Maybe we should have purged them. Abelard, stopping unexpectedly. He imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of strength vanish. Well, are you pleased with our investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtow to this disloyal rebel. You believe their lies and show them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rebel will welcome them with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valance's Protectorate? And so you do not speak to your Lord Captain in that tone where you so angry to solve the problem. There's some truth to your criticism. Yeah, I they're a bit weak. Yeah, his actions practically guaranteed they would be revolting. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue traitor ought. And then she died. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time in trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard the ship now, and I will not repeat the mistake. Exactly. Arella looks at you stunned and exhales loudly, then nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of crisis. And Abelard stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I have to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valance's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodore's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders did not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodore entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us. Rogue Trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty bound to aid the new Rogue Trader, to aid you. To find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established from long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excessive to requirements. Deemed excess to requirements. Fair. And plus, if they have been used for a long time, they must work at least to some extent. Let's see, Theodora trusted in established procedures and she died. I won't make the same mistake. You want to keep building the future of the Divine Balance Protector with me, stop living in the past. Understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world, a world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. The prosperity of the Divine Balance's Protectorate is just as important to me. The only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things run in the ship. I think in the future I will follow your recommendations. I value what Theodora created, and I trust that the situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. Since the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change in them. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment or your tried and tested procedures in the future. Harsh and dismissive. As for the fourth, yeah, that seems to be backpedaling entirely. There is some backpedaling, but not for the immediate decision. Two seems to be trying to appease Abelard and get him, appease him enough to move in a direction with some of the decisions. And then the first one, yeah, that seems to be more denying everything that Theodora did. I mean, she did die, and we did potentially find links that she may have been a bit of a heretic. So maybe things do need to change. Especially if these rebellions do keep on happening periodically. But, yeah, as I said, they use those procedures for a reason, so they may not be entirely useless. Let's go with the second one. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment, should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please let us leave the lower decks if the Rogue Trader desires to stretch her legs. There are far more suitable places.
What lies?
Alright, so far he's taking this rather well. Though Sarmbak, what happened to her? She seemed the most eager to just wipe everyone out. Yeah, she just got disappeared. Alright, back to bridge. That's generous. Let's start back. Around here. Let's see. Great picture of discipline. On the flaw in her immaculate appearance is the heavy enforcer's maul, which is worn and battered from frequent use. Yeah, Laura's side doesn't seem like she has anything to say about what just happened. Abelard, what about you?
Lord Captain.
No, okay.
Lord Captain.
Let's see, we already talked to Argenta, we talked to Pascal, and we talked to Adira. Yeah, and Abelard. So nothing new. Probably. Alright. Back to checking out that ship, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna see what's going on with this unidentified void ship. Dead world. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged. Rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The Augurs have detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Okay, so it's the Xenoship's not the Tithe ship. Yeah, explore the vessel. The landing party reports via box as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacing hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. He belongs to the Xenos race called the Drukari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. Yeah, how did the Drukari vessel actually crash? That is suspicious. See it. First off, Abelard suggests to find out what the Xenos were doing in the Riken system, taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations. Negotiate orders them to send more people to the planet. Anxious Adira tells their captain that the voices in her head are screaming repeat words: Harbinger, darkness, and death. Not when the destiny of the rogue trade decides to recall people from the vessel. Argenta eagerly says the only good Xenos is the dead one. A true servant of the Emperor shouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. Rotate orders more people to be sent in. Collect valuable findings. Or won't go digging in Xeno trash and just destroy them from orbit. Yeah, we need to find out why they were here and who shot them down. After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drukari void ship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, followed its abominable nature, came to life immediately, craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly, cruelly, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. Nice agility test. The soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the Sinister Void ship, but no data that could shed some light as to why it came to the right system. Very well. So we got some grenades. Blade pistol, but we don't have the proficiency for it. That is some decent damage. Yeah, but we don't have the proficiencies for these. Alright, so that's that. Quick trip to the Thunderfang, see if we can trade for anything. We would trade the heretic artifacts, the heretic trophies. But yeah, nothing else of much value. There even be anything we'd actually want? All the medkits would definitely be good. Veil and Render. Some interesting swords. Each critical hit increases veil degradation. Yeah, that sounds risky. Interesting great sword. Right, nothing we can get. So, this place. Yeah, this is the prison area. Oh, we leveled up from that little trip. Cadiphilia, the prison planetoid. Yeah, we did hear that a noble was up here. It's from the Winter Scale house. Maybe you can enlighten us as to what was going on. Oh, your Imperium lore is actually quite good. Oh, it's from another fellowship. I'll get the commerce. I don't get fellowship anymore. Yeah, sure, get some more willpower. Yeah, so since this level up isn't going to have anything too special. Oh, except for you, Abelard. Ground kill might be useful. Oh yeah, disarm was one of the abilities that we're going to look for. Oh, increased damage with charge will also be good. Reckless strike, which one was that? Right, this one. Detain critical. Yeah, let's get the guaranteed critical. And then, yeah, boost your weapon skill. Dear, what can we do for you? Yeah, sure, boost our intelligence. Argenta, why you? Increased cover efficiency. Yeah, that's for close-up enemies. Okay, this one's Swift Slaughter. Oh, Tenderizer might also be good. Increased damage. Let's get that one. Right, we actually need some strength. Don't remember how much strength we need, but I do know we need it. Yeah, let's go with the cultist as business recommended. Pilot Raquel. Haven't heard of you before. Weren't you the girlfriend of the messenger or soldier that we captured on the planet?
Oh, how intriguing.
Come in, escort. This is Captain Vicari. Escort, please come in. Pilot Raquel. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches her weapon. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saints Tithe that thought you'd never come. Down before me. Introduce yourself. Yeah, just introduce yourself. Raquel, at once, sir, the woman sent attention. Captain Raquel Vicari, servant of House Winterskill and the pilot of this shuttle. It is an honor to be greeting her ladyship von Valencius. Let's see. Heinrichs, we know he's not here. He's on the other planet. And then is first off, this prison riot connected to the planetary rebellion. It seems more likely that Warden Casteglia learned about the rebellion on Recommendors and decided to use the situation to his advantage. I can't say for certain, perhaps no one can. Governor Medine has always preferred to shoot rebels rather than inquire about their motives and connections. Okay, so nothing obvious, but we do know that Kunrad contacted this place as well as the planet. So there's some sort of connection, just nothing too obvious to these people. So what happened here? There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it is being led by the prison warden himself, the Honorable Anathagan Casteglia. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself was supposed to watch, and declared Rakatfilia to be an independent authority of the system of the lawful governor. I came here as a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Evane Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale, rogue traitor, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity. She details enunciating every word of her overlord's titles. Raquel, young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally, so he could put an end to his lawless treason. He and his escorts went ahead, and she goes paler. I haven't been able to contact them over Vox for a very long time now. Okay, apparently we'll relate to this. Marvin Young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents. I mean, we kinda did the same thing as well. Raquel. She sighs slightly. She sighs quietly. It's a personal matter. Master Casteglia, the seditious warden, is Lord Evane's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to senses, no doubt. Abelard, the first one to scale my memory, prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. Raquel, she smiles faintly. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he's alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. No, you should not. Though rather odd that no one has come up here. Let's see, the one himself is spearheading the riot. Yes, she bites her lip. No one expected this. Master Castelia is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Riccardi Villia was now his personal domain, and that the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. Idira, and I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? Very true. Unless Kunrad promised them all sorts of things. Anything interesting on this planet? Raquel, the only settlement in Riccardi is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines and the domed quarries. Mine sulfur, cream dust, ceramic dust, and sand, which is then melted down. A rather nondescript place, or so it was prior to current events. Yeah, nothing too special. Anything else to know? Some of the rebels have pulled up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution. Lord of Winterscale's guards mind the entrance to the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. Okay, so that explains why she has been safe. Okay, no more questions. Raquel, the woman freezes for a moment before asking hesitantly, Your Ladyship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't ever have dared to trouble you with personal matter, but the situation in the case, have you been to the capital of Riccardi Benoris yet? I want to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper. Yeah, we did meet him. Met Jasper at the starport and saved his life. Expected some show of gratitude. You may name your firstborn after me. Yes, of course. We will, it is a great honor. She forces a smile, then with far greater sincerity she adds, and thank you, both for saving Jasper and for letting me know he's alright. She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she's exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible. Okay, so that's what they discovered. She better name her firstborn properly.
Never doubt me.
And hopefully he'll still be alive by the time we get back to the planet. Okay, so that guard post has been vacant for a long while. Can't jump. Have to go over there to make a shortcut.
There will be no peace in my wake.
A bit of a trap. No enemies so far. No loot either.
You are outdated and suboptimal. Your body has suffered deterioration and requires modification.
Okay, that came out of nowhere.
Funnily enough, I've grown rather attached to the old thing. Have patience. Someone will shoot me any minute now, and then you'll have your chance to upgrade me.
Oh, Blurb. You know, you should be careful with what you say. You might get turned into a servitor. Anyways, let's see. The remains of a meal, one far too lavish for even a hive world, let alone a prison colony. So they were eating well. Can't go through there. A long string of names extends beneath the heading top workers of the cycle. Okay, employee of the month.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and...
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Yes, burning heretics, always such a wonderful display. Ooh. Really, 50%.
Curiosity sings in my
The
veins.
Emperor sets my path.
Right, everyone back off.
Duty prevails.
Okay, apparently that was easy. Scraps of typical prison food. So a very fancy area versus something more typical. Another employee of the month? Yeah.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
List of goods. Nope. It's the prison diary of Atishan, part 1. Why me why I missed my tithe payment 12 years ago. 12 years, Inspector's writ. Got lost somewhere in the bowels of the planetary administratum and was lying there this whole time. But they made sure to remember to tack on the fines every month. By the time they found the blasted paper and finally informed me, the total sum was so obscene it would take 3 generations of my descendants, if I had any, to pay it off. My fate was sealed, the trial, sentence, prison, all because of some draft rotter who shoved my paper in the wrong box. To be fair, I think I got it pretty easy. My bed in the barracks is about as hard as that slab of rockweed I've got at home. Working in the quarry isn't much tougher than my old job, and the world is why take me. The old saw that governors recommend us as a bloody sadist by comparison. It's a strange old place. I haven't been beaten once yet. The guards bark orders all the time, but they never hit us. They also got this kind of inner circle of special chosen prisoners, the optimatum, they call it. If you can get in the Emperor as my witness, you can get an extra day off. They let you out of your cell into the yard by the big barracks, and I tell you what, they let you rest there and feed you better than whatever swill they're giving us in the canteen. They told me it isn't to prove our motivation and all that, to foster a stronger desire to reform and become a worthy servant of the Imperium once more. I know it for what it is, just a club for the warden's favorites. The same story as everywhere else. Suck up to the people in power and get some swanky perks. Oh yes, how scandalous. Good work conditions. They say the whole thing was a warden's idea. Funny man, a warden. He looks more noble than nobility itself. Tall, groomed, teeth even. Eyes burning, boots so polished you can see yourself when you move to lick them. But that nutter doesn't much want people licking his boots. He walks around looking like he's deep in thought, alright, with only a couple of guards at his side, and he sometimes, if you can believe it, talks to the prisoners. What's your name? He asks them all quite like, why were you condemned? Do you feel remorse? He never even yells at no one. Never orders to have him flogged. Instead, he doles rewards out to the special ones. Keeps telling us things like how we should strive to make society believe in us again. Whatever you say, Master Warden. Starting tomorrow, I'll be trying to join these optimates of yours. I'm stuck in here all to the day I die, and that means no return to society for me. But with Emperor's help, I might just join the ranks of the local elite. Well, at least you have a goal. Nope.
Glorious spectacle.
Okay, just an ambush. Not... I was gonna say not many. Yeah, all these guys over here. Any of them with guns. No, you have grenades. You actually have a gun. Everyone else looks like they're melee. So if we can shoot these bars, we have to deal with you. Yeah, and Argenta's all the way up front. He's gonna take so much damage. Okay, you can hit these guys. Okay, and you do have a grenade. And you actually go fairly soon. Yeah, we're all very close together. Can definitely do some damage. Okay, we could get rid of a whole lot of people nearby. That would save Argenta some damage. And actually, I probably should have moved to Jera first. Oh no, okay. You can actually still move.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Oh, Mr. Nimble Prisoner. You're a bit special. Yeah, looks like stats aside, the main thing you have is just your movement. You don't really have anything else too special. I don't think Argenta can actually do much against them. Yeah, and that grenadier guard is right behind the pillars. Yeah, everything's out of range for you. Yeah, look, unless we go up here. That's gonna be in range of that guy. You would actually have more HP than Argenta. But Argenta has better armor. I think she also has better dodge. Yeah. Better dodge at least. She'd be more capable of defending herself.
Through the smoke and gunfire. What if?
Guess you can have Pascal do something. Yeah, I can't really attack. Maybe Machine Spirit Communion? Yeah, it's kind of hiding for the banishment.
Running by heroic oversight.
Oh. I was gonna say you didn't use a grenade, but no, you actually did. And Abelard dodged it. Good for you.
Guided by faith.
Can you set them on fire? No prisoner, very nimble.
Doubt is for the weak.
Okay, we missed everything. And they are... Yeah, they're melee, so can't exactly dodge them.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Advancing.
Get the armor boost. Do you still have a grenade? Okay. Apparently do.
My vow is to combat this quick. Your life is a negligible variable. Death to the weak.
Let's get to it.
I will endure.
Okay, that's a big hit on Argenta. Okay, only a fresh injury. Need... Oh, you backed off. Okay. Not... Well, actually...
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Yeah, now to actually hit him. Very nimble indeed. Might have to use our psychic powers on you.
Out of my way!
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Excellent.
Will do.
And move our explosive range.
But of course,
Shattered foes in my wake.
Nice. 40 points.
I've suffered worse.
Okay, that's odd. Didn't look like it actually did any damage to Abelard.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Well, okay then.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running by no machine spirit.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. An exemplary strike.
Very good.
I will do my duty. To a target.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will.
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let me help.
Injuries will not slow me. Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Not many medical kits left. Serrated mono knife. Does bleed damage. Maybe that would be a good alternative for Abelard. Okay, bloody cages. Quite a bit. Yeah, a bit of a contrast from what we're told from that other diary.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Diary Part 2. I swear the Emperor hasn't forsaken me. Guess who just came down the shuttle and gangway among the fresh batch prisoners? Clemson, Throne, or damned Willia. Former administrative clerk. No, the clerk. The very same scrum who lost the word about the missing payment. He's the reason I'm in this hole. Don't know what they threw him in for, but I've never felt better in my life. He's not just behind the same bars as me. It's fresh meat, and I'm a venerable optimate respected by everyone in the colony. The boarders just came up with a new improvement. From now on, anyone who underperforms, misbehaves, or causes troubles any other way is punished by the community. Specifically by the local best and brightest, yours truly, the Optimates. The last two sods who failed to meet the quota were stripped naked, whipped, and thrown to cages in the big barracks. And that's where they have to eat, sleep, and shit now with everyone watching. I thought to myself, then, that isn't right. They taking these punishments too far, but now, just you wait. I'll get you for something. Those cages are calling your name. That's not very optimistic of you. Oh, there's something over here.
The premonition runs true.
The stage edges of the poster detached so slightly, it appears that it was frequently removed and rehung. Oh, something hidden. improved auto pistol, prisoner shank. I mean, decent damage, no special bonuses. And then some random goods.
You're always praying, Cog. Don't you ever bore yourself? Do you even know what fun is? What about jokes, huh?
The concept of humor has been detected in the catalog. Demonstration. An ignorant layperson, a low-status candidate for servitorization, and a blasphemous ornament thief walk into a bar, deprived of the undersized blessing.
Not gonna continue that joke, are you? Fine. Right, a lot of dead bodies. A guard key. Separate human body parts. Were they cannibalizing?
That wasn't so difficult.
Yep, chaos. Diary part 3. I'm scared. I should have known all that charity from the warden was going to bring nothing but trouble. No noble, no matter how barmy, would will anything of the sort but that man. Started with little things. The warden would come by to talk as he did, except he used to ask questions before, and now he was mostly gushing sermons. Some gibberish about a path to purgation, the sanctity of sacrifice seen with blinded eyes. I listened and nodded. Yes, Master Warden, of course. Master Warden. He could say whatever rubbish he wanted as long as the tasty optimate meals kept coming. I thought everyone else was doing the same, nodding just to please the big man. I was wrong. After that, people in the barracks started yapping on about purgation and blindness too. Apparently, us optimates were no longer just the warden's favorites. We were, Emperor forgive me, prophets of some kind who were meant to save the rest of the sorry lot, or awaken them, or to make them see some rubbish along those lines. People were now supposed to make sacrifices to optimates. Yesterday, the sap who slept in the bed under me in my first year cut off his own ear and crawled on his knees towards me. He handed me the ear and begged me not to forsake him when the fateful hour came. What in the throne am I supposed to do with an ear? Why is everyone, every single one, staring at me all the time? The warden said the time was nigh, that fate had truly great things in store for the optimates. I went to look how good my friend Cleason was doing. He hadn't spoken for 3 months ever since I had all his top teeth ripped out. He spoke today. He looked straight at me and said, "Dead man." I kept hitting him until it hurt me. Now my fists and feet are all bruised. Captain Barracks stood there and watched and prayed. I'm scared. As you should be, not like you were a good person. Though clearly stuff was going on wrong. Did you not notice all the dead bodies?
What lies beyond?
Dozens of slain victims.
The machine gun grants me insight.
And Brethren Dron's night optimates will guide us into new existence. Yes, sister brethren, have a taste of my steel. You'll have long for this, my dear brethren. Oh? Prisoner, I think they're throwing normal-looking faces. Thought we were going to die here with these nutters. The old man with a gap-toothed smile drops his weapon and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let's speak words. Abbott, well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain. Looks at this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. True, they are here for a reason. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Prisoner, here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot, but well, sitting it out really wasn't an option either. The wardens and lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities, so we had to, you know, play along. But that's all it was, play. We never meant it, no offense to Governor Medine or the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance, eh? We just want to wait until everything blows over and we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. Pascal inquires demurely. Does the fact that this serf is presently confined and therefore has previously betrayed the trust of the Imperium service need to be vocalized? Or is it evident to the lay person uninitiated in the sacred mysteries of logic? Abelard, repent, honest heretic, how novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating monologue. Yes, clearly it's all for survival. Let's see, tell me about the warden and the riots. Why swallow your tongue, talking about the heretic, but if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Castiglia, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, punching the chompers out from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. Oh yes, quite mad. 3 days, 3 meals. Things only went downhill from there. The guards quitted with the teeth punching. The warden forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry, or swinging the pickaxes harder or whatnot. And then, would you believe it, they put together a list of the best workers. If someone on the list also showed good behavior, that's when they got promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Or that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishment, and that it wasn't the overseer's jobs to watch the prisoners work. It was the optimates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the optimates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stuff kicking it a week, and now, well, we're lucky it was only 50. And that wasn't even the end of it. Warden Castiglia moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry, under the dome, and I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things like optimates are saints who will behold the truth. They started taking them to the quarry. Now, not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them. More beast than man. They were butchering people left and right, even guards and overseers. The warden himself had armed them, and that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he let us have dinners. Oh, this won't end well. Okay, something down there that we need to see. Adira nods knowingly. The old cotter's right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. She notices your look and catches herself. I mean, with all due respect to Laiship, no offense intended. Yeah, we were being rather charitable. Charity is obviously evil. Okay, if we spare you, what do we gain from it? I mean, we would save ammo, so it is that. How can the jailbirds hope? Thank you. Heaven, you see us here where? How should I put this? Different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves from recognised debtors, gutter snipes. They're no one serious now. We, your nobleness, are cut from different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you we're on Footfall Station? You know Footfall. The only shipyard and the best market in all the Kronos Expanse. Yes, so. Where on Footfall you can find some very serious business-minded people, and how you can get yourself a very special discount for them on some very special goods. And what kind of very serious people? The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? Yeah, we did encounter that ship already. Were they here to rescue you? No, they're a little bit stuck. They are a little bit stuck. That may be why they are so eager to surrender. They're expecting the rescue from their fellows. Though they are not coming. See, this large pirate alliance in the Expanse, and there is no leader, of course. But there are some terribly serious captains who decide that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive. But cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. And well, the joint efforts leaves them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow. And I, your nobleness, just happen to know someone who handles such kinds of dealings on behalf of those various serious people. Yeah, your pirates came across a void ship belonging to your associates. They were planning to break you out. The man grunts, puffs, and then makes up his mind. Well, now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come and get us a long time ago, but they got it tied up somewhere. Void Kraken skullet with them. And all this time we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull this info over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with the whole warden nonsense. So what now? Will you let us go? Dira cracks her neck. Sure, no problem. Today you'll tell us a little lie. Tomorrow you stick a torpedo on our side from that ship of yours. If it doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction. So you could attack them. I mean, they were lying, and they are pirates. But they are pirates that we trade with. There's also the matter that they are not allied with the heretics. So maybe if they encounter any, they might take care of them on their own. Or at least they can provide a decent distraction. That's great to hear. Just great now. Is a true aristocrat, not the warden creep. Now then, you're almost. Where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's a district there, the Shadow Quarters. It's called that because it's located behind the statue of our holiest emperor. I know folks who called it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time in burning them all. Forgive an old man for getting distracted. So, Footfall, the Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there, built into the remains of an old ship. And in that bar in the back room, a certain Riza does her business. Tell her Grandpa Backwell says hello. He'll be your favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we are. Well, you know this? We'll be going now if you don't mind. Be all heretic and let them go. Iconoclast or dogmatic? Yeah, we are being iconoclast. I should not leave you here to die at the hand of the warden's henchmen. Go tell my pilot that it is the Lord Captain's order that you be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew, get my personal pardon as a rogue trader. Really? Giving them a pardon? That is actually feeling a bit excessive. Well, maybe they can work with Janus. Help them out this trade network. Thanks, we're most grateful, Your Nobles. The old man glanced at you somewhat skeptically, but then he smiles and leaves. Con class +3. How is our icon class developing? Rank 1, Thundering Guns. Rogue Trader and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Okay. No nightmares. Oh, was that because we rejected the vision of Theodora early on? Let's see, next we get Master Command. First round of every combat, the Rogue Traders and their allies gain additional movement. Cool. And then rank 5. Any attack from allies that may hit other allies will be dodged if possible. Any allied ability that may target an ally and has resistance tests will be resisted. Honestly, pretty nice. Hopefully we can actually get them this time. First time around, there was a... they didn't calculate the distribution of points properly, and there was no way to get enough points to get rank 5. Either that or was bugged. Either way, you could not get rank 5 early on. Now then, what have they left behind? Of not the charges. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Favors me today.
Oh, get a friendly door over there. The faux hammer. A one-handed shotgun, apparently. Then saturated cape. When the word used to endure, they may remove one of the following effects: burning, toxin, and bleeding. Oh wow. Yeah, very good for Abelard. Oh yeah, we should actually equip you some stuff. Yeah, maybe switch out the shock baton. Give me the serrated mono knife. Faux hammer is... yeah, it's more damage, but it loses the critical hit chance. Otherwise, this is exactly the same. We'll stick with this for now. Still need to see if whether or not the sturdy shotgun has the knockdown or not. Okay, give you that. Yeah, we'll keep the Wanderlancer's coat. %12 armor. Counter class. It's based on fellowship. One more for you. You don't quite have the fellowship for it. Okay, yeah, switch it out the Lore Imperium test. Otherwise, who do we have that can actually do the Lore Imperium? No one. Okay, we'll keep that for now then.
Curiosity
We should deal with this.
things in my veins.
Oh, metal bag. Diviner's staff. Consignability. The next hit against the target will be an automatic critical. One enemy creature within a 10-cell radius. I suppose that'd be a good option. It's also a 0 AP move. Not bad, I suppose. Can you actually equip that? Yeah, I won't be able to use lightning, that's fine. You set people on fire instead.
Operation successful.
And you do not need that other last done. Yeah, and that's the door to that office.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
Okay, Winter Skull Corpse. The guard that Devane brought in. Alright, small area.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. The machine god grants the
Evidence suggests that the victim was killed by poison gas. Can we make use of that? Cosmic furnace was used to melt the extracted sand into glass. And lots of explosives. And one of those mirrors that we found on the planet. Oh hey, there's a vein and something's alive. Warden Casteglia. Woken prisoner. Guards. You can approach from this side or approach from over here. Yeah, it might be better to approach from this side. I mean, this time would be good for Abelard. I believe Abelard over here. Abelard and Argenta have them approach from over here. Everyone else can be on this side. Yeah, let's do that.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step.
Join me in prayer.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Yeah, I wish I knew where the triggering point was. Yep, right there. Warden Casteglia. I told you, Evie. They are hiding so much from us, arrogant mentors, noble brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft. Heedless of everything but what is in front of him, he leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. Casteglia, but Aurora. She is different. She spoke with me like no other one ever has before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he is not alone and turns to you. He's clutching a long, thin, metallic rod with blood dripping off of it. We have guests from the Von Valancia ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you'll have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It is important that you feel everything, including your other eye. As the warden is speaking, a strange sensation, because we are a sector, draws your attention towards the ground, specifically an open pit in the loose dirt. A single word simultaneously surfaces in your mind: cradle. The pit itself does not appear to be of much interest, but at some point it housed something of great importance, something faintly familiar to you. The warden's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head. The entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind rejoices in a cacophony of cries. This place that holds great significance for the entity. In the frantic chanting of the voices, you can almost make out words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened for it contained a priceless treasure, a most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. Okay, we know Aurora is the leader of heretics in this region. How do you know who I am? Yeah, Kunrad probably sent that message. Yeah, get to the pits. There's something special about it. Is there not an item with value was once buried there? Now tell me, Warden. What was the item and who took it from there? The warden's gaze bores into you, then he smiled with the corner of his lips. You are too late, enemy of the truth. This bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You never find a trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout. And not even a hint. Alright, let's just confirm all this information. How do you know who I am? Lies have many faces, but there's only one truth, and it is that. And it has been laid bare before me. I knew the enemy of the truth would come here sooner or later. Adira, you know we had this guy once. He was a quiet one. One day he walked into a middle deck bar. He went back and then pulled out a gun and started shooting people left and right without saying a word. Then he shoved the barrel into his mouth and blew his brains out. The warden here has exactly the same look in his eyes right now. Pleasant. So, who's on the table? Warden, my sincerest apologies. Where are my manners? Please, allow me to introduce Elaine Winterscale, the youngest son of Caligula Winterscale in the flesh. You know, he was so close to witnessing the truth right before you interrupted our little chat. Abelard shakes his head somberly. That poor fool. I knew nothing good would come of his naive attempt to negotiate with the heretics. However, Vane appears to still be alive. If we make haste, we might yet save him. Having a scion of a house member scaling your debt would certainly prove beneficial. Yes, most definitely. What madness have you wrought in this prison? These are my optimates, saints who will guide the flock at the fated hour. Listen, he pauses and smiles. Can you hear? You can't. They are crying out, calling. It's just that their cries are not meant for our ears. They cast their voices out there beyond the edge of the glass into the transparent quiet. There they are heard. There their call is answered. Yep. Maybe quiet, but chaos is always there. What madness have you brought this prison? Do you truly want to know? He becomes more animated and runs a hand through his matted hair. You note it has been some time since he last trimmed his nails. This was my garden where I tried to grow the seedlings of a beautiful future. That's before I realized that there is no future. Not in the sense ordinary people understand. We are too attached to this life, to the limitations of our weak bodies, to the short-sightedness of our eyes that can scarcely see. It is all so insignificant. The true future lies beyond real space, and the only way to reach it is through a cleansing sacrifice. Do you understand? Argenta, rogue trader. Every moment spent on talking to this heretic could be a moment spent destroying him and committing this place to purifying flames. Isn't it time we got started? Yes, nearly there. I guess who's Aurora? Oh, so you've managed to barge in here and interfere with the prophetess's design without even knowing who she is. But it's too late now. You'll never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. He suddenly stirs like a predatory beast. I don't like it when people take the prophetess Aurora's name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of the truth. The Baron raises his hand, and the main people start thrashing about in death throes. The time for words has passed, optimates. Give the power to his harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth or become washed in blood.
Another annoyance.
Surrender to the dark powers.
Yeah, friends are in the vein is still alive. Looking prisoner. Got a guard over here. Okay, you have a las gun. Oh, sniper, so that's good. Unholy lenses all over the place. Oh, and that's all the preparation we can do. We can't prepare you. Yes, we can. Okay. Abelard still towards the end. What's your movement? 8 points. So around here, I think. Are you melee? Yeah, you're melee. You're not. And actually, Argenta will go first. So Argenta should be fine to start right there. This guard might attack her. But that's not that big of an issue. And then we can have her fire on these people down here and then just run and gun out of range of this guy. Have Lark start there. Needs to be a little bit further back since he has his turn much later. Okay, unholy lens. Need to do something about you. You have a life bar, so we might need to tap you. Here, go there. Pascal can go there. Not Pascal. You've done holy lens. No, fun enough you are first. Right, that's a lot of misses. Okay, you can actually kill that guy.
Anything else? An unfortunate turn of fate. I know what is to come. Will do.
Let's get to it. I serve the ruinous powers!
Crush the feeble.
Yeah, can't set him on fire. You use that. Yeah, let these guys get a little bit closer.
What if?
Give you another turn. Not much damage with that. Yeah, that's a bit better. Although, yeah, let's try to get rid of the bards first.
A wicked thought.
And they should be dead on his turn. Become prisoner, you'll probably die pretty quickly.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, I thought I'm gonna have Amlar to finish you off.
Death to non-believers!
Why did I not foresee this?
Chaos guides me!
Well, they're rather precise, aren't they?
Victory is imminent.
Get some meat on him.
Well,
Disturbed.
Chaos guides me.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Almost there. And drain their armor. Any safe spots? Not really.
Cover me.
Got all the over damage transmitter over. Yeah, then we do get rid of those 2 guards.
Was it you? Or
just a minor setback.
Lord, we might need some healing. Oh, look, it's just 2 guards. Yeah. Not the best place to be.
A genius at work. Oh, a wicked thought.
Rejoice in battle!
Maybe hit him. Or we could set him on fire. Again? Okay. Right, so the lens revives him.
Death to the weak.
Oh, strike me again. See what happens.
I really don't want to use a bunch of medkits. It will have more HP.
My place is at the fore.
Okay, I guess charging does not do damage. $9.13. $7.17. Okay.
It will be done.
You're a move away from him.
There is movement in the Empyrean. On it.
Pain soothes my soul.
Yeah, not that great.
Huh. What if?
Be gone.
It's finished. Move. Not gonna quite have it. Yeah, I don't think that'll work.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I will do my duty. It will be done. At your beck and call.
One more hit. Hit that? Not really. Yeah, like machine spirit banishment. Since we can't kill you just yet, make sure you leave as possible.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Not quite going to reach.
What is this foreboding?
The jaws of oblivion yawn wide. The storm approaches.
That was so weak.
Schemes within schemes.
Anything else?
Right, you missed that. I'm going to take a while to actually get rid of this thing.
A tactically sound approach. That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Alright, maybe not as long as I thought.
Scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binary conflict. My vow is to serve.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Blessed are those who sacrifice for the Imperium.
Okay, apparently that did penetrate. Gamma is down.
Here we go.
Shame about their friendly fire.
The enemies of the Emperor
That's
will
fine.
be
I don't
undone.
think there are any more lenses. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be arriving anywhere.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
And again with the parry.
It will be done.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
But of course.
Hey, he shouldn't have been revived from that. We destroyed that, right? No, it had 3 HP left. Okay, well that's something.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
All we have to do is just hit that one more time.
Tried and tested
Okay, maybe we can hit it.
tactics are the best ones. No matter the cost.
Yeah, use some momentum on that. Okay, move over here. Shoot the lens. And then we can use charge to get to him and launch some attacks.
Indeed.
He always parries that. That's only 17%.
At your beck and call.
With endurance instead. Interesting. Scowl. I don't think there's really anything you can do. Yeah, 34%.
I know what is to come. Farewell.
Now is he dead? Yes. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling in the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible, but even now remains melodious and quite courteous. Vain Winterscale of Coronis, really pleased to meet your acquaintance. Finish him off? No. Conserve your strength. You are wounded and need help. Wounded, I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? This is my first time. I cannot say I recommend the procedure. He's either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. Well, at least he's maintaining a positive attitude. So what have they done to you? The warden, my friend. I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed, speaking as a struggle, but he continues to stubbornly. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Well, good effort, I suppose. Take my leave, I'll see to it that assistance is provided. I'll take my leave and your pilot will take it to the governor. No, make sure he survives. He nods, giving into oblivion. Hey, really? 3 profit factor gained somehow? Okay, still there. Barely holding on. The man does not stir. Bound in shackles, the plaque near him reads: Most Holy Prophet and Optimate Atishan. I wonder if we had arrived sooner, we could have saved him. Noble sword, precise last pistol. Some armor. Alright, Tira can wear that. Noble sword. Some parry. And then disturbed effect. What does that call for? Minus 10 to fellowship and leadership and willpower. And then they already have a bit of a disturb on them. It's 2 extra damage. Maybe. Could replace the chainsword. But we would lose out on the armor penetration. Yeah, probably fine for the bonus parry. Nothing of note. Okay, so whatever it was over here.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Any other loot of importance? Something over here. Ah, this one. Just a stub revolver. Okay, that looks like that's it. Alright, return to Cheryl. Also talk to Raquel. See if she has anything to add.
What
Okay, it's
lies
nice and quick.
beyond?
Alright, the rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. She honestly pitches forward. Is Lord Francisco alive? Is he alright? He's safe in one piece. Not really. He's alive but badly wounded. Helping my people get him onto my ship. There are glimmers of panic in the pilot's gaze, but she quickly pulls herself together. It'll be done immediately. Thank you for letting me know. And then, guess maybe I'll ask about Heinrichs. Yeah, she doesn't know. Alright, time to return to this ship.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
And we are at 15 profit factor. Can maybe get a few more items from the trader down on Rick and Menoris. Well, anyways, before we continue, be right back. Let's continue. So the only place we have left is Iraq 5. That and what are we going on at the electrodynamic Zenobium? Let's go pick up our navigator. Lord Captain reporting the heralds of the Navis nobility continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Europe 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted a signal from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. Okay, rude. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks, presumably as the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps this team Navis nobility's house requires aid and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. We will not invade the Navis nobility. Order the crew to scan the station. Contact the station again. Turn back. No one dares give us orders. No, Captain, of course not. Yeah, first off, scan the station. Make sure they don't have any weapons trained on us. Yes, Lord Captain. The box remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdis measures voice. The officers from the opera crew perform the full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. Signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the steam navigators heralds ignoring us? Alright then. Commence docking. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening on the station, so you have to look for the steam navigators blind. Dock safely and may the God Emperor light your path. Oh, fantastic. The walls are bleeding.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of our House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. Wow, using a shotgun while your comrade is right behind you. Or right behind your target, I mean. I see we have some strange guests on the station. Felic Orselio. A tall man stops you with a gesture. When you approach, blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weird face, and not just his own blood. Two jet black unblinking eyes are watching your every move. And the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of this sea of souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. It is brother of his emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Keep talking this way and I'll make you swallow your own tongue. Very rude. You can get some really rude answers or responses. Yeah, I came from recommend us after receiving a distress call. Did we? Recall you say the dark pits of Felix's eyes wide in surprise. Only one person will send you this way, and it must have been in vain to scale. Why didn't he come himself? He has his hands full elsewhere. Came of my own free will, my people merely decoded the signal that was meant for winter scale. No, he has his hands full. The navigator gives a thoughtful nod and then straightens up as if realizing something important. I recognize the coat of arms. You must be from the illustrious von Valance's dynasty. I am certain you are. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of the station. So, you do not come to offer support to the traitor. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uruk 5 is a holy sanctum of a house or celio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say that you're not on the guest list. Really, are you gonna try to kick us out? Celio, the navigator, looks at his guards and winces. The guards are quivering as if their tormented flesh were being flayed, yet they keep clutching their weapons. Why the keeper of the station command vile mutants condemned by the Emperor? I came here in search of a navigator, so you are coming with me. Provide me with a navigator and I will immediately depart the station. Arcelio, I do not think that is possible. Uruk 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts. I do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movement of the warp storms. And besides, Felix gestures at the sword around him. You have chosen an opportune time for negotiations. Yeah, so you say. All the blood from the walls and the shadow tentacles. I suppose you do have some problems. Can we take you even though you don't have your own portrait? Is that so? Even wounded Felix remains composed. I do not think so. You cannot force me. You can only end my life. But this is not your heart's desire, is it? Perhaps. Perhaps we can help one another and reach a more beneficial agreement. And what would that be? Came to the station for a reason. House Arcelio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise you, we'll reach an agreement that you will find satisfying. Your riches, influence, or the power of navigators, and our station is kind of falling apart. I guess we can only go with this option. Why wouldn't keeper of the station command vile mutants? The blame lies with Theobald Arcelio, the second keeper of Uruk 5. The old man was a great navigator, but he could no longer control his powers. I begged him to retire, but he was too obsessed with our mistress, Lady Cassia. His madness and stubbornness spelled doom for the entire station, where he opened his third eye in a fit of rage and unleashed the horrors of the warp on those who displeased him. The Theobald I knew would never have used his powers in such a reckless manner. This will be difficult to explain to the uninitiated, but I am going to try. The warp currents in the system have been tumultuous for dozens of cycles and have worn the veil between our world and the immaterium thin and frail. At least here on the station, the ruinous powers are trying to tear it down completely and corrupt all living things. The servants were the first to fall victim to it. Oh, their bodies morphed, and pain and despair drove the poor souls mad. The lunatics took my mistress prisoner and almost destroyed the station. But I rallied the few who still followed the light of the Golden Throne to set things right. Dear, the Lord Navigator here is speaking to the unvarnished truth. I bet the station is full of voices and whispers, all trying to break through from the other side, waiting for you to reach out and swing the door wide open. Okay, so there's gonna be a whole lot of chaos now. I sincerely hope the influence of the Immaterium has not yet affected your body and soul. With all due respect, I advise you not to remain at the station. Return to your void ship. I need to save Lady Cassia. If you are not willing or indeed risk your life, you must leave now. Let's see, what kind of help are you talking about? Tough questions. Take him by force. Yeah, he's not going to be a navigator. He has no portrait. Yeah, some questions about the station. Idle Shadow will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Yeah, first off, why did you not respond to the messages from Reckon Minoris? I have already said Uruk 5 is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Nav's nobility, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because traders had disabled our equipment. Alright, fair enough. Although that is lacking in foresight. Okay, about the condition of the station. The navigator irritably brushes away a strand of bloodied hair. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems. But the only precious thing aboard the station is Lady Cassia's life. Everything else is futile and can be easily replenished. Okay, focus. About your mistress. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. What makes you think that she is still alive? A spark of concern flickers in the black pits of Felix's eyes. You may not believe me, but Lady Cassia is capable of. The navigator cringes, seemingly in pain, and furiously exhales. Incredible things. Not even the traitor Theobald can easily harness her power. Okay, strong bit of faith. Now then, what drove... The warp drove the servants insane but failed to affect you and Lady Cassia. How is that? Felix gently touches the closed eye on his forehead. Thanks to a special gene, navigators are more resistant to the emanations of the warp than mere mortals. This is what allows us to guide the ships to the Sea of Souls. Alright, makes sense. Now then, what kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... Philip takes his hand away from his ribcage, notes his blood and winces in pain, and yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left. My wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chamber, you'll need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orcelia herself. And this is a control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Okay, so a few things to do. How to remake the control rod. I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. Tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement so that machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. Pascal excitedly reaches for a data slate, requesting access to the object's data crypt. The Nav's ability to use independent modifications of standard sanguinary technologies due to the uniqueness of the genetic code inherent in the lineage of each house. Felix looks exhausted, but arrogant resolve bolsters his voice, and these technologies were made secret for a reason. I must respectfully decline your request. The seems servant of the Omnissiah. You have your sacraments, and we have ours. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? God, why not? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Nav's nobility or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They vow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. Alright, fighting it is. So what have you decided? The walls of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. No. Not that charitable. It'll be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. Not quite. The rogue trader's aid will cost House Orcelia, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. I will rescue your mistress, but in return require the House Orcelia sign a contract with my protectorate. Yeah, let's go with that. Felix's reply sounds tired. So be it. Hurry the mistress's safety is all that matters. But should you fail, our regiment is finished. At the phylactery.
In this tapestry of a world.
White, bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Yeah, just try not to burn everything down. We are in space after all. Now about that corpse. Mauled by force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Tools, scissors, and cutlery. Right, mutants. Okay, with the athletics are way to that side.
Tense. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
And then the side is just fully blocked.
An expected result.
Okay, we got a servant over there. You are highlighted in green. Oh, leveled up. More psychic powers. Maybe melting armor. Damage to adjacent enemies. Protection from fire. It really sounds like that there's going to be an ability that sets us on fire. Let's get the one that burns armor. Can't get any more fellowship. Guess we have to go with willpower. We do a taunt. We do a forceful strike. Yeah, bit of a push. Oh, sworn enemy. Yeah, I'm good against bosses. Now, boost chain weapons, though we did kind of switch out of them for now. Maybe the bonus to parry. Parry and dodge, perhaps. Dodge is currently at 32. Parry's at 86. Yeah, wireless being quite bad today. Maybe she gets scattered. Or maybe get into cover. Mm-mm. Oh, maybe this one. Yeah, the combat master. Yeah, probably that one then. Would it help with allowing him to be a bit more defensive? Found a whole bunch of weak enemies without having to worry taking extra damage. Interesting. Getting exploits while trying to attack. Can always go with something for more warp abilities. Every 6 use of a psychic power. So we have our attack and then we have the forewarning. So we quickly build that up somewhat. Yeah, might as well tell character 6. Sure. Yeah, sure, give us some medical. Controlled shot or rapid fire? Let's go controlled shot first. Yeah, and then that we can just fire on Abelard without worrying about hitting him. And then later on we can get rapid fire. Now Pascal, for you. Yeah, give you continuous analysis. That would let the exploits build up fairly rapidly. Hopefully. Yeah, sure, give you some medical also. Oh, somebody's dying.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open.
Step at a time, amidst the
Very unfortunate, but probably better than being taken by chaos. It says mutated flesh sample. Meteor chunk.
What lies beyond?
Okay, so you're gonna turn hostile. Oh. And protect the child. Okay, you appeared. Okay, Argenta looks like she's going first. You two go after her and then Pascal and Dira. A lot of them are fairly low HP. Is only two back here? Yes, okay. probably work. Although now that I think about it, probably should have had our attention in the back. Oh well.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, there's a guy right there.
I'll do it.
We're gonna no, we're safe.
Follow my lead. Weapon at the ready.
Oh, you actually had a range for that.
Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Alright, we gotta be careful of the veil degradation.
Advancing. Evil desire condemns you. The spiritual prognosis is favorable. Request approved.
Moving out!
See, could use bring it down with Abelard. Could charge into one of them. No, he'd have to shotgun these guys. Then the rest would have to set on fire. Oh, how's your armor? 20%?
Let's see. A wicked thought.
It will be done.
Oh, nice. So it does have the knockdown.
At your beck and call.
Unpredictable downfall. Follow my lead.
Oh, and they got reinforcements.
Stay vigilant. Break them around.
Let's find work over here.
My place is at the fore. Took care of this one. Reduced to dust.
Oh, good damage. Good charge. But yeah, charge and then go to endure.
Took care of this one. Someone else can do this. At your beck and call.
My faith strengthens me.
I must not falter.
Follow my lead.
Oh, and you have no movements.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Right, it was supposed to be that one.
Doubt is for the... None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Onward!
My ears are ringing.
Slightly too far away.
There is movement in the Empyrean. On it.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Follow my lead.
Oh, war is my muse. A genius at work.
It will be done.
Just had to parry that. Yeah, we don't have a good AoE for this. Although, come over here.
A tactically sound approach. Fewer target.
Alright, we have an odd choice to walk away from them, give them the attack of opportunity. But that's just how you run things.
I'd rather not. At your beck and call. Weapon at the ready. Stay vigilant.
I guess it has to be a single shot. Although we can always use a control shot.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
Are you the only one left? Yeah, looks like it.
Was that you? Or
Man, Pascal is very much out of position.
Activating calculated fury algorithm.
Schemes within schemes.
I'm restless. Ministration is a holy task.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Alright, so that's the way. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor, yes, but the promotion will transfer the entire guard squad to Child's personal guard. By the God Emperor, while you are a struggling young lad, you will probably make it for a cycle of 3. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brain turns into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did, but at best I'll just go bonkers like that little stain that kept stealing her. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of his pressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down, Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fisheye, be quiet, he might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. We haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years. But Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagining the shrieking if it finds out Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid I try to steer clear of the squabbles among the Highborn. Some of Keeper Felix's orders make little sense. Like the last time he commanded we cut off communication with Reckitt Norris for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of Winterscale's Scion's visit. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Felix. That's right. If the Highborn have grown tired of each other, then let them deal with it. Okay, so Keeper Felix, the one that has been ordering the radio silence. Though did kind of know that. Yeah, he did think that they could solve it on their own. Even though he was obviously wrong. Yeah, so nothing too shocking about this. I don't know, I guess maybe also that would be the guards not being too eager to serve, and the whole being factions pretty early on.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Pontius Cyphus Gilius have been training worthy servants at the court of nobility. A good majordomo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. Lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the wild thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lead navigator. Lesson 1: a faithful servant always makes sure that mistress rooms and garments are clean. Lesson 2: a faithful servant will never offer the mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Lesson 4: a faithful servant tastes each and every dish before serving it to their mistress. Lesson 5: a faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling the mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging the mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. That is quite quick. A faithful servant lives for the mistress and gladly gives her life for her as well. Faithful servant, etc., and so on and so forth.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue.
A lot of rules for a spoiled noble.
About those folk from the lower decks. I think the enforcers went overboard. You can't keep people ground down all the time. Even if they don't kick up a fuss, they'll definitely go crazy.
I pity the weak and innocent who have fallen victim to the misdoings of others. It is better to fight on the front lines than to make the kind of decisions that fall to the seneschal.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Out, but a dead body. Noble gloves, bonus to persuasion, and Mars pattern sword. Yeah, not that special.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Okay. Okay then. Protect the child.
Operation successful.
Deep cut across his throat. And a holy aquila has been carved into the forehead. Traitors are often executed in this way. Okay, so a lot of traitor fights. But which one is the traitor? Is the one working with Theobald the traitor, or is the one working with Ferris the traitor?
What lies beyond?
More research notes. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so we study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Novus Nobility. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to restless currents of the war. The Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Right, sacrificing their own people. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered into my mind. God Emperor be praised, I'm lucky to still have my head on my shoulders. After the reckless experiment, nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the Lormer to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K04OH, and I will get back to them later once I'm done with the experiment. H410K. Yeah, we found one of those. And then lastly, have I mentioned the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Relic Service is completely useless. Although shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Yeah, there's a whole thing with this. Yeah, data crypt H41. Okay, that was one that they were still working on.
The machine god grants the insight.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
One glass. Yura, can you use that? Okay, a bit more range and power. Yeah, overall, just an improvement. Oh, slightly lower hit chance, though. Yep, we'll go with that.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see. To the ordinary, I am
More dead bodies.
an enigma.
Rough, bloody sketch. Couple sheet of paper with a drawing of a tall woman and a dark-eyed monster painted with fresh blood. Fantastic. Now we have to deal with the demon. Awaken the cogitator spirit. Right, this is for powering the elevator. The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and scattered with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now spark and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Pascal, the tech priest, voxes in the metameric trill, and his mechadendrites start furiously lashing at the air and recording this blasphemy. The person found guilty of such cruelty to the noble mechanism must be sentenced to immediate destruction. Yeah, we'll get right on that. Awaken the cogitator if we can. You turn on the few remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the engine flickers. The cogitator's insides emit creaking and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator system. Okay, it's just a slow sequence. Call recommenders for help. That would be useless. We know they can't give help. Yeah, data on the stations and navigators. After a brief pause, data appears on the vid screen. Felicercelio, alive. Theobald, alive. Everyone else dead, okay. Child location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds a permissible limit, status unknown error. Attention, common procedures advise. Upper chambers inaccessible error, patrol rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper. Okay, moving on, the log. The archive data on the cogitator's data crypt is partially corrupted. We can still manage to access the residual logs for examination. Okay, start at the top, do the box report. The box recording hits the first time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282, do you copy? Several generators are overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A2D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back after the speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H-123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to the explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact Montesquieu Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. Our rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone, if you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Alright. Safe policy. The following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Now the entries of the incident log. Report X880 originator classified data classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. So many dead people around the child. Report X86 or 886. Again, more classified. Negotiations with the Winter Skill were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Alright, some people dying just for the child. Report X891. Data expunged. Unfair. Station docking log. The log is almost fully corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto or Celio. Reason for visit classified. Data departure classified. Bit odd, but he is Arcelio, so he actually has a right to be here. Security and life supports. Warning, damage to technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency powered. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Pascal casts a brief glance at the vid screen and speaks dryly. The imminent demise of the voice station is affirmed. Damage to its core infrastructure has reached critical mass, at which point further degradation has commenced in cascading configuration. Okay, so doomed. Encrypted data. Guard access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. Break through the defenses. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands have been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness. Now flits across the screen a single creeping line. Child deletes. Picked flow disable, access code, and null station control delete activate. Shuttle self-destruct purge command log. Okay, so beyond stopping communications, they were also sabotaging the shuttles. Yeah, they were intent on keeping people on the station and outsiders away. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's reports mentioning that the security system had recently been configured without his knowledge. Only the keeper of the station have access to life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that? Yeah, so it would have been Felic. That's where the commands. Yeah, main elevator controls. Activate the elevator. Okay, they got to take care of what? Main chamber controls. Yeah, open all doors in the level. The cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket. My assumption is incorrect as it fills with static. Just a few months later, you can barely make out the inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted, processing error. Something is required. Vasco's vox emits a binary trill. The spirit of this sick machine requires special purification rites in order to restore utilization of the lingua more familiar to the citizens of the Imperium. Placing access to the device. Go for it. Pascal's fingers drum out a resonant crescendo on the control panel as his mechadendrites remove the metal cover and the data cords slide to the machine's innards. The cogitator's body starts crackling with electrical impulses and the tech priest nods with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Pascal raises his hands above the machine, chants a brief litany only he could understand, and pushes the surviving stump of one of the levers. The humble prayers have satisfied this machine's spirit's requirements. Oh, a lot more data accessible. Let's see, main hall. No, door's already been opened. Library. Already open. Adjacent compartment. Has been depressurized. Technical errors. Passage has been opened. Guard room. Opened. And the lab. Yeah, is that where we're supposed to take the phylactery? Okay, so not exactly this side area. We did have to come here. Well, even if there wasn't opening the door, we still had to come over to restore the power to the elevator.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Yeah. Bit of a warp thing going on.
I have a different perspective. Curiosity
Interesting.
in my veins.
Synthetic amniotic fluid it pools across the floor, barely discernible traces stretched to the side opposite the entrance. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to find something horrible down here. Black water, unidentified acid, and biogel. Yeah, we saw a mention of that. Psi crystal. Another flesh sample. Data crypt 040H.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Okay, we get the control rod from it there. Another lab journal. Experiment H45451. Lumbar male. Test subject exhibits signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability of discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacements of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individual with the greatest resistance to sacred child's residence died several chrono turns later. Extensive wounds to the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. Fantastic. The subject's final shouts exhibit concerns over abominable tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Okay, very dangerous child. Okay, next test subject died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chamber. Most had their tongues bitten off or their jaw badly dislocated. Some subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull. Cause of death: severe head injury caused by impacting the walls of the floor. Next test: subgroup paralyzed. A paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by manufacturing as accident. Male, the subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissues during Regent Aranto's or Celio's visit to the child. The test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. A lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. And looks like that particular person should still be alive. Or at least they survived the experiments. Subgroup. Next subgroup. A defective offspring of Lord P. Orselio, pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation, owing to the mutation of tissues required for installation of the ubiquitary augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they display an overall feebleness of mind, female. The subject mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing news about the untimely death of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from a resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Oh, so that's what happened. Okay, so -3 survived, but then attempted to contact the child and then was executed for it. Bit harsh and short-sighted, considering that they were an experimental, so eliminating the experiment for something outside the scope seems not that great of an idea. Now, what else do we have? Another journal? Researcher notes of the Navis Laboratorium, custodian Fortunato Orselio. More and more servants are being influenced by the materium, and this has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts more unusually to the crystal we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finally grinding the regions to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like it having to tend to the burns of the next dozen turns in a row. It calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H410K for the calculated number of chrono turns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. Okay, something faster. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the technomats to deliver the second mechanism to Magos Dioshis' capable hands. Did you pick that up already? Yeah, so we have just really the 41 and the 40, I guess.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Adamantine. Did they say that adamantine was no good, however? Yeah, adamantine dust in black water. Worst idea. So adamantine is fine, black water not so much. So an unidentified acid or bile gel. And don't use the mutator flesh sample. Use the navigator flesh sample. Yeah, and then the adamantine, but grind it to dust. Yeah, finally grinding the region to catalyze the reaction. Don't use acid. Which, actually, yeah, unidentified acid, so don't use that. Don't use the black water, so it has to be the biogel. Then want to use data crypt 41. All right then. First, get the control rod. Okay, we got that one. Now about this whole thing. You said the 40K was The one that was blessed, right? That was 41. Catalyst and regents.
Oh, tantalizing anomaly.
Okay, that's animating dust. Oh, it's one of these. So, biochel. And then regents the dust. And that gets us an explosion. Aw, so sad. Yeah. Maybe we're supposed to have used the navigator flesh. Oh well, we don't get our free items then.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
I don't think there's anything else left to do here. Yeah, we failed the puzzle, so we can't get anything out of it. And looting wise, yeah, we've got everything. Oh, just really transducer. No, okay, it's just something to interact with. Yeah, let's return to Felix.
Time amidst the madness.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Yep, quite energetic of you. Alright, Felix. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. And then she starts mumbling the crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they fall to the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Yeah, we read the journal that from the guards who weren't that interested in taking care of the mistress, and that Felix seemed to approve of that. I think that's how it went. Yeah, so Felix is probably the traitor. Yeah, can you see behind the masks? My whispers are killing you nastily. They will not speak. Naughty little things. They say that tearing off the mask is your concern. Yeah, useless. So what paths? Can I say one's paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery? Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Hooray for tragedy. Thank you, I did not understand a single word. Adira nods tiredly and glances at Philip out of a corner of her eye. Felix, this station has enough problems without your sorcery psyker. Philip waves the door off and looks at you expectantly. Okay, go ahead and hand over the key. Philip exhales loudly and smiles. Thank you, rope chair. I don't even know what to say. Status and honor prevented me from admitting it before now, but you have woken hope in me. Hope I might actually leave the station together with the mistress, which is why I'm about to ask one last favor of you. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Perhaps it makes me a living target, but this weapon is useless against you, as is a bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with this relic of our house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cassie's psyche, and warp entities always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You two will be safe next to the charm. And what exactly will we get from this? You get everything wanted: Lone Navigator and the undying gratitude of House Orcelio. Right, very well. On stone. Celio, you're going to need this charm. Philip hands you a precious stone without a setting. This limited surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold in your hand. May the God of Bird's light be with you. Now, can we just go up? Well, no, things aren't going well over here, obviously. You have a portrait. You're clearly important. Cassia, the pale figure with unnaturally long limbs, covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continuously stream from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny nails are slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Willpower succeeded. Excellent. You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead. Your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, master your emotions and your will pushes back against illusion, forcing it to retreat. Adira, she emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Pascal. I am registering abnormal activity in my tear ducts. The salt being produced by my body may negatively affect the performance of my respiratory apparatus. The vulnerability must be rectified. It has been logged. Oh wow, for all your advances, not immune to tears. Argenta, heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers his head and her white hair veils her face. Oh neat, picking these Arcana class ability. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I'm here, and so I will stand strong against any illusion. You direct all your attention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates. The lump in your throat shrinks. and you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears you seems to have dried along with your own. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? Remain silent, matters little. Don't threaten her. Yeah, Gamma Von Valance is pleasure to make your acquaintance. Really, even being polite in this situation. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great power, of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you, sacred child? Throne preserved. Despite his vulnerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You, the old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I am warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orcelio down upon your head. Indira, watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged, just making the whisper shriek like crazy. He might just open up that eye of his. Abelard, threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. Persuasion or commerce? President, I'm trying to determine what is happening on your 5, or I mean no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. Yeah, that is kind of true. Grant that you do not look like the pirates who have come coveting the riches of the wrecked station, like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you? Yes, once again, we are the rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. As any deal should be. Given that you have... that you have so far drawn your weapon... not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, as though House Orcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. Make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. A single attack. You know what happened between you and Felix. Probably ask that. Felix is my wayward student. He came to Iraq 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and trusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of the house, a sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss to prevent the centuries-long tradition of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novitors. To Stephanie Orcelio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So, choose whose side you are on. A murderous traitor or the lawful sign of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman in reverence. Let's see, we can still attack him for quite a few reasons. Attack him to take Cassia. Attack him to rescue Cassia. Call him a traitor. Yeah, still attacking him both times just to save Cassia. Yeah, what is the curse that's taken hold of everyone in this room? Theobald frowns. Curse. You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child was sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of the house Arcelio. Right, frightening power. Very strong emotional influence on everyone around her. You're right, and they call me dangerous with my witchcraft. So what service then do you require? Hope glimmers in Navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child, take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood briskly away from his sleeve. He glimpses strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. I guess that's why his appearance is all messed up. Well, probably related to the tear in the warp in the veil. Or maybe just what if it's influence from her powers? Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Arwanto, acting head of House Arcelio in the Cross Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. Well, we did need a navigator. She does have a portrait. I know we came here, dear. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. Let's see. Yeah, Felg accused you of treachery. Defending myself before strangers, I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not at stake, Ray will have no choice or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you, I guarded the station against calamity and incursions from without to my best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant. I faithfully protected the child during the coup. Yeah, so basically just your word. Yeah, expecting to die here, not considering his condition. He shrugs indifferently. My service at the house is coming to an end. The wounds felt like inflicted upon my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Raise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. Alright, how could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my arrows in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold. power or far-fetched idea of a bright future. Yes, we are indeed familiar with betrayal. Velk is a true monster. Let's deal with them together. Get rid of Cassie, apparently. Bring Cassie to Velk as promised. Or just kill him and take Cassie anyways. Oh, I wish I could take a look at that one note again. See what it said about Felix. But yeah, let's go inside with Theobald. Theobald dips his head in favor. Oh, where'd you run from? Surprising. Theobald dips his head in favor of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Arcelio's heir will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix's navigator forces, but you, rest for a time before the battle. Okay then. Hey, our wounds were already not an issue. Oh, that's a lot of people. Well, that's interesting. And decide where to run to.
What lies beyond?
No one appears to be living the... Who would actually live in a cage? That's really small. It's not like a bird cage. Why is he asking if there's acting like there would be someone inside the cage? Filled trout, dried fruit, and fresh water. Okay. It's as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. Timid and uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes, coming together in an arcane shape. Okay, I guess we just leave.
There'll be no peace in my wake.
Alright, let's do this fight. Rogue traitor, you just warm. I knew should have killed you. That's enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone herself. Surrender. I am the savior, and I'm prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them. Yeah, good luck with that.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise.
90 wounds for you. About 40 for your bodyguards. Yeah, decent strong. They're also all range, it looks like. Okay, well, we do have some help from Lady Cassia's guards, who are much weaker. Yeah, then mainly the commander and Cassia herself are going to be the help, and Arcelio. Okay, 3 on that side, 4 on this side. And Pascal, you might just have to be out in the open.
But of course.
Okay, and the other duration is fine.
I'm not so sure.
Really? Okay, since Felk already moved, we can go up here.
Will do. Anything else? Follow my lead.
Okay, you two haven't gone yet.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Okay, you're down. You're gonna waste some turn. Yeah, you're gonna waste your turn. Get it back up. So charge over to this one.
It will be done.
Weather the storm! To the heretics! Moving out! Follow my lead! I must not falter.
Oh, that is quite good.
Strike me again! See what happens!
Okay, that was a lot of cackling.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
There you go. Set everyone on fire.
Rejoice in battle!
Onward!
Cleanses the body.
Follow my lead!
Emperor, give me strength.
Yeah, say if you had really okay. Yeah, if you had gone over there, you could have gotten both those bodyguards.
I will do my duty.
I'll probably kill some of these ones so I can leave them alone for now. Here, if we had sound on them, we could, yeah, we could have you attack them.
A wicked thought. What if?
On it.
Okay, good. You should be dead. I'm gonna set you on fire. Okay, you'll be done in your turn.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Vital functions successfully terminated.
Stay vigilant.
Yeah, you can never really, no, you're out of range. There we go. And then the excess damage can bounce over to this guy.
Anything else? Farewell.
Or not? Went to someone.
But of course.
Follow my lead. Through here. Sure. Victory is imminent.
Weather the storm.
Emerald.
Alright, pretty good. Now, putting in her into the effect of. Oh, warp cursed. Okay, you're gonna take more damage from the abilities.
As the
Okay, well, set him on fire.
act. Moving out.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
High momentum.
Not very helpful. Although we could do this. Oh,
Even I won't do that.
yeah, we'll have to really give it to Adira. Yeah, you're too far away for that. Yeah, that was not a very good use of that extra turn.
My faith strengthens me. Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
Okay, so we have to be right here.
What? No.
Summer fire, burst fire. Try that one. We've got to hit him one more time. Alright, let's use a heroic act.
Genius.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Each strike is a prayer.
Alright, not bad. Theobald. Theobald coughs up bluish blood. The armor placed on his chest is perforated in a few places. And there's a tangle of metal and viscera where his abdomen ought to be. When the narrator's pale eyes find Cassia, he quietly rasps. Oh, he was speaking to that whole thing? Now that you're burdened, survive, return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
Cassia looks up at the navigator's body, in bewilderment. You're overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and grief.
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Losing a mentor is a sorrowful event, beginning the mantra of spiritual assuagement.
Well, that's impressive. You can actually show some sympathy. Okay, there you can see, but we should leave the station immediately. The systems are unstable and may fail at any moment.
But this is my home.
Not anymore.
What are you going to do to me?
Let's see, sign a contract first. Or offer you my protection, grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Or aid one another, become my navigator, and I shall restore you to your house. Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Fantastic. And before we go, Time to loot. Arcelio Guardian, navigator only. Anything special? Nope, just navigator only. Some bracers. Reduces weapon and ballistic skills for any damage targets. Cool. Yeah, and then the main loot seems pretty generic.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Now the staff, some goggles. Increase to hit chance and critical hit. Not bad. And a Deadshot stub revolver. Good damage on that one. And then autogun. Kinda meh. Is that everything? Yeah, looks like it. Let's get Cassie leveled up and then end it there for the day. Oh, 7 levels up. What do you have going on? Okay, you have the officer abilities, so you need fellowship as well. Okay, warp abilities. Anytime they take damage, or if they have been damaged, they suffer an additional 10% damage later on. Every even turn, an additional action point. Every enemy in the line of sight, dodge and hit chance reduce. Yeah, a lot of nice stuff with her. Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with +3 additional movement. The first ally targeted by Navigator with a single target ability. Each turn gains the same amount of additional movement points at the start of the next turn. Okay then. Extra movement is always good. Whenever an ally gains an extra turn, never gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower. And bit defensive. Oh, interesting. We can shift some of her checks over to the willpower instead of other things. So maybe that... Yeah, that worked nicely with the mastery of time then. Okay, stacking -10 penalty to resistances. Okay, and then substitutes perception for agility and dodge calculations. Enemies moved by the navigator's power suffer 3 damage at the end of the movement. Damage increased by +1 for every cell the enemy moves. Oh, I remember this ability was pretty broken, and yeah, it was combined with something else. Whenever the navigator uses navigator power, veil degradation is reduced by 1. Oh, that would go really well with our psychers. Navigator heals 5 wounds at the beginning of every turn against +1 additional wounds for every navigator talent taken. The healing increases by +1 for every creature killed between the navigator's turn. Of course, untraveled. When the navigator uses navigator power that has not been used in combat, gain +2 perception until the end. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test, attacks against them gain 30% critical hit chance. Tonicity. Navigator power deal +1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristics of navigators currently equipped staff. Unblinking stare until the end of combat. Enemies damaged by the navigator suffer an additional +5 damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. Okay, that's attacks of opportunity. There's another ability from someone else. I think it was with Adira and Pascal, where it made us that every single time the enemy attacked, they would suffer an attack of opportunity. Yeah, nicely with that one. Oh, but I think that was activated with the heroic ability. So maybe not. Oh, reduction in armor for anyone affected by her powers. Bit of bonus armor. Now, for now, let's go with the Eye of Oblivion. Reduces dodge and hit chance. Oh, okay, another one. Really should be getting some of these off the officer abilities. This ways. Can boost the willpower. Oh, there we go. Yeah, notch of purpose. The navigator designates a square. The enemy closest to that square immediately moves up to 4 cells towards it. If multiple enemies are the same distance from the point, all of them move. Oh, this is kind of nerfed from what it originally was. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's point of curiosity. Never mind. Yeah, natural purpose, and then point of curiosity later. I'm gonna stable routes. Let's get blood augury. Okay, gamma is higher in both of these, so don't need that for Cassia. Get her awareness. Get her that. And then what modifier should we get for the finance hour? Non-attack abilities cost 1 less AP. Yeah, that would let them buff up, so be useful for that. Yeah, I was gonna get that one. Further our booster awareness. Yeah, I also need to get the fellowship. I suppose we can get down to some souls. Reduce armor for our enemies. Last one. Sure, boost willpower. Yeah, we really need to get the next ability or the upgrade for that one. Also, should also get the officer talents. Oh, anyways, that was, yeah, time to end it. So yeah, that's it for today. A lot of progress. Recruited a new party member, completed 2 parts of the main quest. And yeah, didn't have to restart once. So yeah, a lot of good progress. So we'll be continuing this tomorrow, where I believe we should be finishing up the chapter. And then depending on how difficult the fights go, might get into this chapter 2 as well. But yeah, just finishing up chapter 1 tomorrow. So yeah, finish up chapter 1 tomorrow, and yeah, that's what's going to be the plan for Rogue Trader tomorrow. And then day after will be the start of our new RimWorld run with the new DLC. So that's going to be nice to check out. So it's going to be unmodded, vanilla, just the DLC. It's going to be really weird playing once again without any mods. Always weird when we do that. And then Saturday, yeah, I decided to move on from Total War Warhammer 3 after the crisis events occurred last time. Don't really feel like dealing with those, so yeah, after some thought, decided to just go ahead and move on. Which means that this Saturday will be starting Phoenix Point, a turn-based RPG, or not turn, a turn-based strategy game similar to XCOM. So got that one coming up. And that's alright, Sir Nick. Just, yeah, feel free to show up when you can. But anyways, thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channel depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, there's always my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Emery_EE, IMRE_EE, and Blue Sky at Emery-EE. So yeah, more or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore depending on where you prefer to go. But if you do not use social media, I do try to stream every day at about the same time between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central, usually give or take 30 minutes. And regardless of those inconsistent start and end times, towards the middle of the world while I'm here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. So with that, thank you once again for watching. Thank you all to those who happened to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you and goodbye.